Welcome to our second day, first sustainable economy and creative economy in the Amazon conference. We're going to have deepening with the role of the CVM in fostering bioeconomy in the Brazilian capital market. The participants are Crispe Júnior, the president of the Amazon Company of Development and Mobilization of Assets, and João Pedro Nascimento, chair of the Securities Commission. Akispe is a lawyer, professor from Manaus. He is master in constitutional right, PhD in social rule of law. He wrote philosophy and law function of right and the digital democracy definition of a new cyber policy. He's got a wide experience in criminal law, civil law, and he was the president of the Electronic Commission of the Bar Association of Amazonas. Now he is the president director of the Amazon Company of Amazon, CADA. Good morning, all of you. I'd like once more to welcome all of you who are interested in this creative market, ecological and sustainable market we have that is so strong in Amazonas. Today we will talk to Dr. João Pedro Nascimento. He is the chair of the Securities Commission. He is PhD in Master Commercial Rights by USP, post-graduation in business law, focus on capital markets and business law of Rio de Janeiro, and extension course in Harvard Law School, bachelor in PUC-Rio, and professor of the graduation and post-graduation of FGV Law. Today we will learn from him a little on the role of CVM in fostering bioeconomy by means of the Brazilian capital market. Good morning, Dr. João Pedro. I'm here to learn a little from you. Good morning, all of you. First, thank you for the opportunity. You don't need the doctor. If it's to get closer, call me JP. I believe a more open CVM talking to the market will meet its mission. Our posture translates this effort. Among the contributions, there are some compliments and defects. I am a professor, indeed. If you give me a microphone, I have to stand. Can I? Better this way. At least I can see those who are sleeping. Good morning, all of you. I do not want it to be too formal. I have the idea of bringing more supporters to this important topic of the transversality among the capital markets and environmental topics. This is the line of thought in this panel in which we're going to be talking about the role of CVM in fostering bioeconomy by means of the capital market. I'd like to discuss with you the opening of the event. I had a short talk and then I brought this provocation. By means of this provocation, I finished my talk yesterday that I want to start my talk today. I asked how can we support the development of the capital market towards the environmental preservation agenda and the support to climate change. It's very interesting for us to have this idea that this is important, but very few times people say what are the concrete attitudes that will lead us to this place. In times of a World Cup, curiosity is this. We all supporters, we want the result to be positive, to be the victory. Very few times we are able to understand what are the commands the coach gives the players so they may score and not be scored. The expectation here is to translate into this public this effort of what are the measures CVM may help to fulfill this. So the first thing I'd like to say is the topic of environmental preservation and control of climate change is a global challenge. So we need to help the development of a global market for important topics, such as some of those that will be mentioned today, as it is the case of the carbon market. I must provide the conditions so in an universal environment, the investors from Germany, from Eastern, from the Arabic world may buy the carbon credit generated in Brazil. For this, I need some basic elements. I need an integration of those global markets. How can I get this integration? First, facilitate the efficient allocation of capital. What is it to facilitate the efficient allocation of capital? It is to create the unification of the standards, the parameters and the standards. The parameters and the standards, they must be comparable. The investor from Germany, Norway, Sweden, US, Canada, when he decides to buy carbon credit in Brazil, that carbon credit for the integrated market must have compatibility with the same carbon credits that are generated at those locations and jurisdictions. Another topic that is interesting for us to talk about is the idea of the concept of compatibility for us to avoid unnecessary differences of classification, categorization, and survey. Today, the world is facing a challenge related to the taxonomy of the green assets. In Brazil, I'd like to thank the team of CVM here, represented by Andrea, Natalie, João Gonçalves, Pedro Castelar. We are trying to participate in a proactive manner in the definition of the taxonomy of the green assets, because this is important to dialogue with those two efforts on which I mentioned at the beginning, the comparability and the unification of the standards and parameters. Another topic I'd like to discuss with you is this. In Brazil, we waste a lot of time discussing among us. Yesterday, I was watching the duel of Garantido and Caprichoso. Two bulls, one more gorgeous than the other. Why do we need to support one or the other? Why can't we have them to cooperate in a constructive agenda? At this moment, we must unite our country. We must respect the differences in the beliefs of each one of us, get together around important agendas. The agenda, for example, of the representativeness in the international environment is huge. I don't know if you know, but today, because of the definition of the taxonomy, because of the search for compatibility, because of the effort of the unification of the standards, there is a major quantity of international communities working on those, such as Yosh, who was here with us, with our Sustainability Task Force, which is a work group dedicated especially to the sustainability agenda, such as it is the example, for example, of INFIA, which is an international organization of the auditors that is now trying to understand what are the international standards for us to audit the certifiers. And most important of all, by the IFRS Foundation. I don't know if you know, it is a foundation that sets the accounting standards for the world. Now there is a definition, a segregation of ISSP, which is a division in IFRS aimed at creating the comparative parameters of sustainability. We don't have a Brazilian citizen there. How come we don't have a Brazilian citizen there? I'll tell you, with my patriotism, I think our biomes, they have a wealth and diversity the other biomes maybe do not. And our country has continental proportions. We're here holding a lecture in the heart of the Amazon. We could hold another one in Pantanal, in Atlantic Forest, in the Cerrado, in the Pampas. In each of those locations, the characteristics of the biomes would be different. It's not that we do not have a leading role. The other issue is that this is a progressive way. Those agendas were segregated to those talking about environment. And today, this is the heart of the discussion in the capital market in its closing event at the end of the year. That is, the progressive way has been successful. We have been able to conquer more and more supporters for the important topic of environmental preservation and control of climate change. In January, we'll see in the capital market that will come into force that we're talking about disclosing the sustainability parameters, socio-environmental parameters, by means of the reference form. This is the 59 resolution that is celebrated by the capability of bringing the concept of the transparency in relation to fulfill environmental topics, social topics, governance topics by the issues of the securities. We talk a lot about greenwashing, and the greenwashing is something we want to avoid. For those who do not know, it is a terminology used. People say they join to environmental care, but actually it's fake, and it's used as a smoke curtain to get capital and resources to sustain their practical policies. When the resolution came into force, we will be able to have another topic, a terminology that is not used in Brazil, that I'd like to discuss with you here today, which is the greenwashing. We all have ambitions, wishes, objectives for a fairer society that may join the social environmental values concerned with environmental issues. But if those wishes are not converted into concrete attitudes, besides those people are not committing the greenwashing, they will have an ambition which is not converted into concrete actions. So it is important for us also to be capable that in an important forum like this, in the heart of the Amazon, to complete the discussion so that will not be just in the field of the ideas. The resolution CVM 59, with its contribution to transparency, is capable of bringing that. Besides that, we've been talking the last few years about the development of several financial instruments. And I'm curious to listen to Natalie today. If I were you, I wouldn't waste this opportunity because she's going to be talking about several interesting issues, such as the success of CPRs, the transversality of some titles that were issued, such as CRAS, that now may be elements of preservation for next year. Those who follow more attentively the CVM agenda, they see we have the common areas of the items to be treated in our regulation. Let's exploit the Fiagro, the low carbon Fiagro. There is a transversality among those. I am curious to listen to Daniela. She's going to be talking about voluntary carbon market, about CBIO and compulsory carbon market, how Brazil is positioning on those. To finish, I'd like to talk about a few things. First, environmental assets of native vegetation. What are environmental assets of native vegetation? They are financial assets that we must create the necessary elements for them to form the investment fund portfolio and the issuers and open companies. And those environmental assets, they're there to be preserved kept and then recovered. What do I mean? We have some challenges, some bridges to cross. Talking about environmental assets, how can we assess it? How can we account for? You see how we are giving another meaning to environmental issues when we buy a land to develop a cooperative area, logistic asset. The purchase price or the value I have in the commercial exploration. That goes hand in hand with the important account discussion as the recovery tests. But in the case of the environmental asset of native vegetation, if I want to keep it standing untouched, I have to rethink the way to recognize it. This is when we have the capital market to promote new ideas to reach major objectives. I'd like to value transversality. I'd like to say we are in green forest, that there was a storm outside, the transversality of agro, of digital and the startups. If I wanted to fulfill environmental preservation and climate change, I must bring economic incentives so the people, it's all about people who take care of environmental preservation, may have the necessary incentives for them to lead a proper, fair, and sustainable life in order to sustain their families. Otherwise, it's going to be just a green wishing. It's a beautiful speech to say this land has to be preserved and untouched, is to disregard the existence of the people who live here and who need to feed their families. They are the ones we should see as supporters and not enemies. They are the ones who keep the forest standing. These are the things we must have a perspective of. To finish, I'd like to provoke you. The event of today in the heart of the Amazon has an important symbolism. The CVM, beyond Rio, São Paulo, Brasilia, EXO, is sticking a flag in the heart of environmental preservation to say it is an agenda of all of us, that with the right incentives, we are capable of bringing great things. To finish my talk, we're going to give that for the politician. I had an objective of having a CVM representation office in Amazonas. The first regulator of capital market that looks at it is with a priority. For that, I need your support. I need the support of the political class because I need a public contest. CVM does not have in place enough number to carry out the work of traditional economy. And the world has changed. Now we have crypto, agro has increased a lot. We have environmental preservation. I need lots of more employees. CVM is an open way to stick a flag here in the Amazon, so this may become a reality, and not just in the field of greenwashing. I need a public context. Otherwise, I have no one to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your explanation. We are going to bring over our second lecture. Please take your seats back again in the audience. Okay, I'm going to check that with the folks in charge of with the folks here from our ceremony. I was asked by the audience if we're gonna have like a question and answer, so we're gonna go off script right here, and by popular demand. Okay, I'm all about breaking protocol. If I know the answer, I'd be glad to give it. Just keep me in check for the next meeting that we have. Again, I'm all about answering the questions. Please remind me here if I have to go. Question: you mentioned how much having a great, efficient team, and you mentioned calling JP. So JP, this tropical storm that you mentioned, it's only but a drizzle to us. But okay, JP, you talked about taxonomy. I am José da Costa Machado. I work at the Federal University of the Amazon. I am part of several groups, member of different councils, particularly focused on work with CACO, like the first certification issue completely in the Amazon. It's here in the agenda. We're going to come up in February. We have a public consultation coming up. And we have consultation coming up with CVM to adequately identify through the certifications that are going to be generation. So I'd like for you to, for those of you that want to write it down, if you are looking for a future unicorn stock, it's going to be a botacorn, so it's just a pun with the dolphin corn. But when you mentioned the taxonomy of the assets on a financial, environmental nature, there's been a decree where things were being rehearsed to present on the decree to create the SINARI, a system for registration of the Brazilian commitments for emissions, compensations, and so on and so forth. And over there within the many assets, there's one that was very interesting for the Amazon, alongside with carbon credit. We have the carbon stock, which in case of the Amazon, we're not wealth enriched when it comes to these types of projects. But we're hoping to scale things up in the future. So whenever this decree was issued, we were very pleased and happy with this new possibility, but this decree just kind of has been stalling. I want to know if you have any news regarding that. Is it going to be validated, or is it going to go forward? Are we looking for in the next few years of things unraveling in this level? I'm sorry, I didn't mean vegetable carbon. I mean active. It's completely unrelated to carbon credit. It's the forest standing up. So you keep preserving it for the carbon that it's got in stock. This is what we had a decree working on. Because when you present the natural asset called carbon active, I wanted to know if you have anything to say regarding that from the CVM perspective. Thank you for your question. Sometimes we have some sort of mix-ups between the market regulator and other public agents. It's very important that we are aware. It's a market share that has several different species within it. So what is this type of credit that you're mentioning? It's only going to be accelerated, it's only going to be boosted when you have a primary law that's contemplating this same. As far as I'm aware, we don't have anything like that implemented, so we're going to have to continue this discussion until we're able to finally bring something concrete forward. Please be aware that CVM would be very much interested and open, with arms are wide open, to work with that and to leverage any sort of possibilities that we have in the future with. Good morning, Presidents Akram and JP. I am Ivanildo. I'm a lawyer. I wanted to know how is CVM dealing with the bottleneck matter that's very much impeding carbon from being monetized when it comes to this primary law that you mentioned, because we have something here that's indicating the nature of the carbon in the environmental national law with a mobilized um, monetary law, and I can quote the article here later on if need be. But there's a lot of things that are still pending matter when it comes to legalization or legislation, because we need to understand that with all market, there's a taxation that's going to be taken over. And so, how do you compare the environmental standards and with all the efforts that are being poured into? Because we need to think of the following: we have cars. Cars are very compatible with one another. You have steering wheels, you have engines, but then you have Ferraris and then you have Fiats. I believe that the active assets of the Amazon should be comparable to Ferraris because we are the greatest biodiversity in the planet. Secondly, something that we have that not all of a lot of the world is aware is that we have many people here. We have a tropical forest of a country where there's not a much of an expressiveness when it comes to the biodiversity when the Amazon is considered. So whenever we put these out in the market or it becomes a transactional thing, we need to understand that we have our brand uh, to defend. I firmly believe that our assets should be worth more than just a regular the other assets. Okay, let me try and answer these questions. So the first one, when it comes to taxing, I believe that it needs to be all the while. I would also say that on the second matter, yes, I agree with you. I wouldn't even say it's a Ferrari. I'd say that our assets here should be like a Pelé or even more, because they are like, or Ayrton Senna. They need to be recognized, and we do need to have comparable elements, because this is a way that's being created, and this agenda wasn't comprised of an economic agenda. It wasn't contemplated in the environmental realm regarding the economical consequence of this comparability. If you look at what biologists or the researchers would say, they're already very much aware of the way how head and shoulders the Amazon was over everything else biologically. So when you take, for example, 1 hectare of natural vegetation from country, let's say Russia, because it was mentioned here before, it has X value. But they think that they are too comparable to Ayrton Senna and Pelé. We believe here that our hectare needs to be worth a lot, but over there they do too. So somebody needs to do this assessment. This is going to be a decades-long work. It's going to take very, very many years. What's important is that we have two different ways to behave like this. We can sit at a table. We can sit at a table and participate in the dialogue, or we can walk away and become the main course meal. And so far, we have chosen, out of lack of action, the second option. So, thank you. Thank you. One more question. I am very much on the clock, so it's going to have to be a quick question. I'm from a startup with two other friends, economist Arlene Souza in Jose de Cruz, we are using a non non-edible plant for our startup, and we want to know what kind of support could we expect from 7ME for business entrepreneurs and startups like ours. So we are actually are already working with this. We have a legal framework for startups. Uh, you can also look at different funds that we can have and when looking at innovative entrepreneurship. So I think that for your specific situation, CADA is going to be more useful. Well, and I can tell you that CADA has a specialty project. We have a Amazon startup and digital entrepreneurship right there where the State University of the Amazon over at the Civagas Road is going to have a dedicated space that you can consult with. Thank you, everyone. We are going to have our second panel now. Financial innovation and sustainability. Bernardo Su is the director of AB Crypto. He has over 15 years of experience in cryptocurrency and digital currency. He is a technology lover and digital revolution buff. He is responsible for the development of self-regulation for the sector of cryptocurrencies in Brazil. He was risk and compliance director of 2TM Bitcoin. Is responsible for implementing integrity best practices in the biggest exchange of Brazil. He previously worked at B3's, Albert Einstein Hospital, and KPMG. Thank you for being here, Bernardo. And to come here, be a part of our debate, I'd like to invite João Valente Filho, Director of Ambifar, with a big hand of applause. Cesar Sanchez, Head of Sustainability at B3, and Gabriel Ervilha, Head of the BNDES Investor Relations Department. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone, friends. It's such a pleasure to be here to further this great discussion. We are the second panel here, right after the opening ceremony. I would like to go ahead and tackle the topic of innovation. How can sustainability via innovation be gaining momentum? We have been talking about technology and the technology sector, and more specifically, how is that our market and technology in our market can go hand in hand, and seeing how that's going to fit the agendas in our daily lives. Why don't we start just with a practical example, and how can we just go from a speech, but in a research, but actually getting to a practical level in a way that's impactful in our day-to-day life affairs. In speaking of today, I think that we touched yesterday that the future is green and digital, isn't it? I think these two words from our president very cleverly summarize the moment we're living in. When we talk about future, we are not talking about a far-off perspective of a long-term, for children or grandchildren, but rather I think that we're living this now. So I'd like for us to have this conversation right now, this informal talk over it. So over here we have João Valente Filho. He holds a doctorate in management and administration with focus on cryptocurrency. He has a postgraduate in, he's also an accountant, specialized in sustainability. market capital and derivatives. He's also been a teacher for over 15 years. He holds graduation and post-graduation in blockchain and actives. And he's worked with crypto market and tables for over 10 years. And he's also worked with fintechs and startups. It is such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Pleasure's mine. If you flatter me with all these accolades, but if that John is here, he certainly isn't me. But thank you so much again for having me here. Especially feel that it's great to be here to add to everything that it's been talked, to avoid greenwashing and avoid greenwashing. I believe that we do have a great agenda. And everything that we are building up here, it's been great, and we're creating a strong framework here so we can go on and go out to achieve our objectives. Thank you. Cesar Sanchez is a head of sustainability at B3. He heads a number of projects at B3. He also develops innovative solutions of data analysis, natural language and machine learning processing, supporting innovative processes in sustainability at B3, such as ESCN B3, the Carbon Index, Governance Index B3, the Governance Index EG6 B3, the Stock ITG B3, and the Index SPB3, Brazil SG, and the Index for Governance. Cesar holds a PhD in engineering by the University of São Paulo, master's degree, and has concluded the Sustainability and Management training course from Cambridge University. He has worked in several different projects and around the world. So Cesar, thank you so much for being here with us. I thank you. What a great discussion we've been having so far, and what a great possibility to be amongst these leaders right here from all these different areas in working with sustainability and technology, which I believe to be a greatly important topic. I believe that not only they are amazing, but they're greatly connected. And not everybody may be able to see it like that. But I do think that this is going to create opportunities, and a lot of the conversations that are going to happen here are going to be trend setting in the future. I'd like to go back to 1713 when this terminology was created. But I believe that in part, for this moment right now, of these changes that we're talking about in technology, when, again, that term was coined, so much has changed. Thank you. Now we have Gabriel Evilla here, head of the BNDES Investor Relations Department. Has a lengthy portfolio working with infrastructure and project structurization. He has developed countless public and private partnerships in transportation, logistics, solid waste, and energy. We'd like to highlight his participation in the public sector, where he managed the Fund of National Aviation and the Navy. Also his works in the ministry with privatizations. He holds a master's degree and PhD in economy with a postgrad via UFRJ, and also from IES's Business School. Gabriel, thank you. It is a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Bernardo. It's a great pleasure for me as well to be here. second time for us, for a second chance for us to be here to do an event like this. Just to give you an idea of how much the Amazon in the city here is growing exponentially when it comes to opportunities for business. Speaking of business, you can probably see that in my background, there's not a whole lot when it comes to sustainability. But uh, just to give you an idea of how things are shifting, where investment and sustainability are going hand in hand. So when Bernardo was talking about my past, this comes to mind. I had never done anything in my career to do with sustainability. I've only embraced sustainability because of UAE, which is my main focus at the bank right there. One of the main focuses of my work. So that shows what we're working with. And obviously, the bank has been working a great deal with innovation, like we had mentioned before. So we could just break the routine and work on something more innovative as it is built into our DNA. So we're very glad to be here. Okay, great. So we are going to have an informal conversation here, and maybe who knows, after during the last 5 minutes we can open up for questions. I'd like to start over here with our friend Caesar. So the future is green and digital. Let's start off with this phrase. When you look at the capital market from an infrastructure perspective, you can observe that there's still much to be worked on. There's a path that needs to be trailed. How is B3? How do you see these changes taking shape in accordance to our agenda here? How have we been evolving? Okay, great. I'll start from B3 perspective, and then if you'd like, I can give you some other pointers. But B3 has been working with the sustainability for over 20 years now, since early and around the early 2000s. We started the EASYS program in 2005, which was a great benchmark. It is up to this day. It was very well received. It made quite a great deal of global impact. We started dealing with the emissions from 2012. We got onto the stock exchange. In 2014, we had more members coming into the exchange. And now in 2020, we have a yearly report that's in line with JAHI sizes and CDB.
And ODSs. Most recently, in 2021, September 2021, we had the emission of sustainability linked bond with social target. It was the first stock to do it. So the first one is develop diversity up to the end of 2024, which is one of the projects we work on, and raise the possibility of women in leadership positions up to 2026. And being recognized as one of the best places to work, especially women and work with deficiency, with the best HR systems. And we are Women on Board certified too. So why am I telling this whole story? It's because sustainability is part of the strategy. It is a solid construction, a fantastic cultural transformation. It is a dynamic work environment. It's inclusive, that fosters innovation, creation. So I see it as a future web company, and I guess it's very good, this work of B3. It's inspiring. First, because I think it's the right thing to do. Second, the challenges we have, they are different from what we had in the past. So, great major pillars that I listen from investors: climate change, If you look at IS of climate change, in the environment there is much more than climate change. But that's an important point. Then you have the social pressure, how to make the transition without leaving society behind in governance, systems, procedures, remuneration committees. You have a series of issues, but people ask about members of the board, what's the experience, why they're there, and how do they contribute to the challenge. Those challenges for the future, we will need a series of tools. I will start with some, which are for me priorities. Data analytics, for example, access to data. If you look at emissions, COP1, COP2, COP3, it's a huge universe of the supply chain, that screen, how to bring this information, have a consistency of information, the extension of the supply chain. These are extremely relevant issues for the companies, investors, and lawmakers. And this is for me very important. And then there will be a whole relation with technology, machine learning, actual machine processing. All those tools are important in order to capture this information, extract this information, and take insights from this algorithm. I guess carbon market is a very important topic for the world. Of course, the objective was to have substantial emissions. Then you have several ones, renewable energy, in the gas market, the but the market of voluntary carbon has a very important role in the transition and the speed. We have a time frame that is tight if you want to keep a point of your objective. And last, but as important as the others, products and financial services. So for me to finish, not to bother you more than I have, I guess an organization such as B3 has an important role in facilitating the capital flow for projects, for investment opportunities in line with the global rolling, in line with the objectives of sustainable development in the Amazon. How to facilitate the capital to reach those opportunities. Maybe V3 will contribute in a meaningful way. This is important, like to take this important point of investment, the capability of contributing. I'll talk to Cesar, my friend, Gabriel, talking about Cesar, to talk about this agenda. I'd like to understand how the BNDES uses its role in generating financial innovation and sustainability. We're talking about investments. We are talking about how to take the rule, how to cross and introduce technology. How does BNDES see this agenda the way we're talking about the green future and digital future? A little about my perspective as an investor. I've been in this position for 3 years talking to investors all over the world. What we realize is that more and more there is a demand. There is a separate pocket for that, and for several reasons. People who worry, people who worry about the imaging, people who just want profits. But regardless, the money for sustainability is important. So what we lack for that? We lack assets. The investor wants to have money but he needs assets to allocate this capital. And many times we don't see it. So what can BNDES do in that sense? We may do what we've always done, finance, invest. This is a lot. Capital is very important, and we will never say it's enough. But then we would not be doing everything. We would leave money on the table if we do not have the role of catalyzer of uniting the edges and bring this capital that is abroad. What matters is sustainability, where it is demanded. So that's what we're doing. This is the side of innovation BNDES is doing. I'll give you a concrete example for you to understand. The last 3 years, BNDES helped allocating 2.5 billion reais for social environmental projects in Brazil. I'm not talking about financing, I'm talking about the edge with this role. Out of those 2.5 billion, 1.3 billion came from the BNDES. The rest, over 1 billion from the market, from donors, partners. So if BNDES would be kept doing what it could do, all the capital, we would literally leave 1 billion and 100,000 on the table. That could be allocated. So this is innovation. I'm not talking about carbon market because I don't want to hold a lecture, because there will be a lecture about that, but blended finance program. What is blended finance? Basically, it is to mix capitals. It is to take that capital with a focus on donations, philanthropy, and get that to commercial capital. Of course, we all want it, but we have the social environmental concern. So basically, you're going to get the capital and make that investment that could not live without that to come out. So you see the inducing capital. So we launched this year funding call. We got 50 projects that demanded 900 million real investment. Our budget for that was 90 million. We selected 11 projects, and out of those 11, they brought a capital demand of almost 250 million in what was there in the 11 projects. For the sustainable plantation of cocoa, oil producers who wanted to become agro producers. Security Investment Fund to foster the housing at slums and other interesting things that were mentioned. So you can see the impact that brings to think those things would never come out without the help of innovation, using of the catalyzing capital of BNDES. Those are some of the examples. I could bring others even for the region of the Amazon. Something we are talking about here, such as, for example, the Raízes project, in which BNDES, together with partners, will bring to inhabitants of Inca settlements the possibility for them to do the regulation of their settlements and work with bioeconomy. BNDES is putting 6 billion reais, the whole project is 71 billion, and there will be other partners. So again, if it was only my 6 billion, I would leave my money there. So this is it. This is what we should expect from BNDES. This is our bank, and hope the capital is used, the financing, the investment, the guarantee, but also hope the bank will use its capability and innovative use. This is the message. The bank goes far beyond finance. That's why I would say you should go and count on the bank. I see lots of connections. We have here the agenda. We can see this is new. We have been working on that for quite some time. This is exactly innovation, how the bank is positioned, how it's helping on this topic. It's interesting, the instruments that were stated. Indeed, it is an excellent innovation. And I guess that is our connection when we talk about products and instruments, when we talk about technology. Uh, it's very accurate. That fits well. I'd like to have this meeting for João and in a very practical manner. How do you see in this innovation, SG, sustainable finance, the governance, the market, when we look at this change, this cultural change that we live on environmental issue? It's no longer a niche in which we discussed the bias, but it became a market agenda for all investors, how technology can use it. Yeah, we have a major opportunity here to discuss together with public organizations, with regulators, and even the private sector that I represent. A way for us to find synergies in order to bring innovation into our market. Yes, we have started discussing about preservation. Actually, we are ending the discussion on preservation and we're starting to discuss regeneration. This is something we have been talking about for 20, 30 years and trying to find some ways to preserve through innovation, through the very technology, bring a low carbon economy that I believe is our gateway into the sustainability world. As Cesar said, we have been talking about that for quite some time. It's nothing new. Sustainability SG, the terms change and they improve the part of science and technology to incorporate the SG pillars. And then we're able to see a major opportunity to discuss in high level since yesterday and other events that took place right here in Manaus, or in the whole Brazil, in the whole world, not to mention Europe and the world conferences, but right here and to see that we are a major force. The whole country, the whole Brazil is a major force on sustainability. And then we are able to see some initiatives on the point of view of disruptive technology in order to link the market niche that was before, such as carbon credit, a market niche that was only for some companies, some agendas. And now we can see it is a much more disciplined and popular topic that every people, every company, or whatever size they are, not just a major corporation, but the average ones, they have access to this private sector's legal reserve. And then we can see that through science, through technology, we separate the topic from what is legal reserve, carbon credit, what is protective area, what is carbon credit management, and then we start discussing much more in depth as it was in crypto 7, 8, 9 years ago. So in order to make this link, we can find disruptive technologies such as blockchain to bring and disseminate the topic of carbon credit. In this case, the Very Ambify, which is a product in the Ambify group that provides this path that disseminates, makes it popular, and shows how much this topic is strong. And then we start discussing that in depth, where before we could have access to any person who would have access to carbon credit only through innovation and technology. And so we have the regulations here. But anyway, we're able to find this way of accessing the market this way. So today we have the accesses and discussions on the certification of carbon credit. Even because carbon credit maybe is one of the final edges of discussing sustainability. We are talking about mitigation. We are talking about fighting climate change, fighting greenwashing, try and leave greenwashing, even taking the talk of our friend JP. It's intimacy. And then we have one step from private sector leaving greenwashing and then providing this option. So at the end, we have the carbon credit, but we also have the way of certifying carbon credit. And this is the major discussion. The whole purpose is not to compensate if we talk about sustainability, if we talk about fighting global market. Actually, this is not the purpose. Even because we don't even have enough carbon credit in the world in order to fight total compensations. The purpose is to mitigate, the purpose is to reduce the emissions. Invest in technology, investing on a way of working. I'll call it sustainability to talk about a wider cloud. That's the purpose, but I believe maybe it's utopia. We think the companies, industries, or people, or ourselves, we can be carbon free by our operations and choices. I guess that's the topic. So for this small parts that we cannot reduce, then we can start to work with compensation. And the way for us to reduce governance, traceability, and even taking the questions we heard today, taking this traceability, this whole transparency from the carbon sequestration environment up to the retirement, where there is no doubt about the composition and the purpose of that retirement. Then we have blockchain, and then we have token, then we have a new market in order to discuss. And those are initial discussions. Because if we go deep, we are starting this market. Don't stop talking because I have talked a lot. I took too much time. We may even go deeper if there is any issue in that sense. You brought an important point. I talked to Gabriel about that. You talked about technology, how important it is to preserve, how the control is important. So Gabriel, explain what you have done in that sense. Talk a little about the concessions and talk about besides today, what can we expect as Brazilians of the work of the bank? This is an agenda that has a lot to do with the region, the concessions of bows and forest, nothing new. People have been doing it for quite some time, but again, what can be just do is to have more of the same. No, we have to do different things. In one of the major agendas of BNDES, which is the development of projects working on the Brazilian state, we adopted the parks and forests as a priority. So what can we do here is to leave it, stop doing it small and making it big, causing more impact. Then we started generating projects, and now the portfolio of projects for concession of forest, 18 million hectares. When we talk about comparing the country, we can compare twice the area of Portugal, and most of the forest concession is here in the Amazon. This is an innovative manner of the way BNDES works to help preserving the forest. And what's innovative about that? What we have in study, and also talking about my perspective of talking to investors, when you're able to associate the concession of changes with the environmental services. And make it popular, we're going to open an area for gigantic investments. This is by my own experience. We talk about forest concession with the financial investor from a great friend in New York. This is far away for him. He is for sustainable forest management, but when we say we have a way to pay for environmental services associated to this concession, and then he goes, when it's ready, call me again. So I guess that's the way we need to do that, maybe added to this conversation. But when we carry out and deliver all forest concessions, preservation will be huge. I guess that's the way to go. I'd like to take this point and bring it to you, Cesar. We talked about preservation with the use of technology, and in your background, bring the capability, or at least the view on how we're able to measure it, how if it's doing good or bad. We have this capability in the governance index and how are they working in Brazil. But earlier, the very president talked about the need to standardize the taxonomy in several aspects that involve sustainable finance in general. And we had the possibility for Brazil to reach this protagonism. There is a world leadership level in that sense, with all these topics related to this that involve the SG. But at the same time, we're talking about changing the culture that people are adopting. We have a view on how the investors know how to invest and where is the topic, the green topic of the agenda. So I'd like to bring this mix and ask you this today. When you see from within an organization the position of being responsible for this in a market infrastructure, what are the main difficulties? How you see the market generally speaking? How we see it and how we see the perspective for the next year of our topic, especially the inclusion of a green, of a social agenda. I guess this is a cultural perspective. There was a series of courses. One of the highlights is administration in a series of resources about carbon credit market. The number of representatives in COP27 shows how the administration will invest in renewable energy and carbon market. This is a sign that will affect the American economy. The presence of the Brazilian delegation is huge. And that's another important point, but it's more widely if you look at the capital for some form of investment. It's $43 million of available capital for investment for trillion for us to see it in CTFs, 300 million US. In the carbon market, these numbers have not changed. 250 billion US. Out of those, 700 billion is ETS. This is $2,000. I will not try to forecast the future. This is not my work. This is not what I do. But I was surprised that sustainability was one of the topics that did not come up. The way sustainability is going to be and climate change is something in those two topics that didn't come by, and I understand they were very simple. So from another hand, about the harmonization of the standards, some fronts as USSP, looking at the harmonization, GCFT, and others that are very good for 2022 and for companies to have global synergy and investments. It's important to get to know this cycle and compare them. And then you have the taxonomy, CDM 59, SEC, and all those movements. I guess they're positive in the sense of transparency, access to information, and get back to that point that mentioned, and this is one of the major issues. Why provide protection? Why this effort in having access? Because you have meaningful capital volumes that want to find opportunities to do it in a solid, consistent, and optimum way to access information. So you may take insights that may be minimal. You must have some sort of interaction. That's what would be important for the investor with all the issues of greenwashing. We have seen all those topics. The more transparency, the more solidity, the better for the data, and it's better. And that's a journey. I tell the companies, I invite the companies to join us in this journey. No matter the status, if it's the initial status, you start the meet, and then we have the indexes. With the team, we provide the whole support We have the agenda, then we get some space, we talk, and then if you are sophisticated, your agenda too, you can advance. It's much more in this topic that we want to advance. I want to have sophistication with my emissions. I guess all companies have this, and then more and more in social service. I guess it's extremely important for us to reach in Brazil. It's critical for us to have more opportunities, more quality of life. It's fantastic work in the whole Brazil with the structuring investments. I guess that there is no other states of climate change without thinking on the social issue. Climate change in the social area affects everything. Just to give you some examples, how many people died of starvation in Africa, heat waves in Europe. This is also a food matrix. And then you have this point that you brought, because we have issues of algorithm with the decision. This is a complex issue. I guess it's clear for the social environment. We take into consideration the decision making, how it's going to affect the algorithm. The more it's social, the carbon market will give you a great opportunity. I don't know whether we have access to the knowledge, the benefits those projects bring, and that will affect the culture. We are always together. Cesar brought up this issue. I guess he closed in a very accurate manner.
The reality here is that when we talk about the population, when we talk about green and how it works, it seems to be so far away. Seems like the population in general takes these and says, okay, so how does it apply to our day to day? I know that we're talking about over here, there's investments, commitments. We're talking about stocks in the world that has to do with taxonomy, institutional investment of folks that are concerned with an agenda. But what about the regular folk? There is a challenge in contextualizing these things to the regular person, and how is he going to be able to get into this? How is blockchain, how is technology, as a matter of fact, going to help the regular Brazilian and give him or her access to these stocks? To, for example, allow him access to carbon credit. Well, I think that the great opportunity here that we have in creating this discussion is that we can make this accessible and create something that's available for everybody. And the great pressure that we have over SG, climate change, carbon credit, like I said, is going to be coming at the tail end of the bigger discussion when we're talking about climate change, because you can't look at investment if you don't have any planet anymore. Because then you have to look at the way that the information is disseminated. It needs to be happening as a focus on the people matter. So first of all, we gotta get people to understand, and I explain to this day to my mom what blockchain is because it's been 10 years that I've been trying to explain it to her. Yeah. And I also try to explain these concepts to some lectures that we've been giving where we have a lot of big concentration of companies. They're more on the conservative side. The ones that are structured more of an old school way. And bringing this to as a way to popularize blockchains that we need to first of all show to people what's the token technology, what is Bitcoin, what is Ethereum. These are kind of connected, but they're all different topics. Just like the sustainable agenda for the companies, it's not just a strategy because we're only going about to preserve the planet. I don't say only, I'm saying only here in quotes. But the sustainability agenda, the carbon credits um, topic became a very important matter because it does impact these companies, it does impact their pockets. Something that sustainability wise that paid $220,000 in the past now pays $2 million. So yes, nowadays over the tokenization, we can fraction carbon credits so that they can be compensated and share for the day to day. For example, pays for a cup of coffee, pays for a meal. So we're trying to bring this to light as a daily topic, as a way to create engagement with people. Because there's no difference between my atmosphere in São Paulo, where I live, to the atmosphere here in Manaus. There's no Brazilian air. It's all universal. Why do I believe that the entire world is looking at Brazil when it comes to sustainability? Because there's no unique matrix. There's no difference in energy matrix from Brazil and Europe. We're all talking about the same subject when we're talking about climate change because the planet is one and whole. So whether it be an app, whether it be through tokenization or creating more access to people so that they can have access to this economy of low carbon, or MBPOC, for more specifically talking about the product that we're developing, becomes a trending matter on a global level. After all, there's no way for us to create access and make this mainstream unless we create sustainability. And I believe that tokens are the way to go. But of course, I would need three days to explain what blockchain is. If The Matrix, the movie, had over the course of 20 years and 4 movies, people haven't been able to understand what the Matrix was, let alone blockchain. Now that we're on the 5 minutes, we are going to open up for questions and answers. So we understand the position of BNDES and how they have been fostering. I know also the folks here on our panel have all been doing their part to bring this green agenda, as I'm going to put it, and how they've been trying to direct the market. Cesar here from B3 is also focusing on structuring the market. And I know that João here is showing us how technology has been making this work more clear and more accessible. So I think that there's a phrase that we use here that was the idea is that there isn't a specific department because the entire company would be sustainability focused. So I know that wishful thinking won't do much good, but before we go to our final considerations, I want to see if we have any questions from the audience. Do we have a microphone? Once again, I'm José Alberto Costa Massaggio, professor here at the University of the Amazon. And my interest here in the agenda is because I'm mentoring a startup for carbon certification here in the area. I'd like to direct myself to Mr. João Valente. So JV instead of JP. When it comes to transparency, how would we certify carbon when you put carbon credit in the market? Because there's so much carbon credit in the Amazon out there in the wild that you can't verify and certify that it's a right credit. And I'd like to also say that Terra has only just now published their methodology, and we were very surprised because there's quite a number of folks nowadays selling Amazonian carbon credit. And we continue to look in a very consistent way to try and see how this is made and what kind of public database they're using, what kind of scientists are attributing or giving their expertise to formulate these equations, and we can't find it. So here's my question. We spoke about transparency, and to my understanding, first step here would be to show how from end to end do you certify what you're making available, this credit in the market. How can we today ensure that the credits that are out there are tested and true, and they are effectively transparent for something that's being shown as Amazonian carbon credit? Well, thank you for your question. I'll try to be as brief as I can, and we may continue this conversation after this panel is over. Perhaps the question here is not only debating the certification or the scientific methodology as far as how we are going to capture that, but I know that we have third-party auditors because we have international institutions that would accredit this. But depending on the market that you find yourself in, there's an entire process where you have to audit, going through many steps. We can follow up with very closely because are we talking about forest? But when we say forest, are we talking about forest that's native or forest that's been replanted? Because there are different things that will then potentialize the carbon sequester. But even if a specific tree has already outlived its life as far as sequestering it, there are so many different aspects that need to be taken into consideration. So the technology with the blockchain will enable transparency for your certification, because I can then assure you that there's no greenwashing here, there's no fraudulence, because they can't coexist. A blockchain is a big book registry that's immutable. Not even the computer can change what the blockchain is. So once it's saved, it's permanent. So when we have information regarding the sequester of the carbon linked to the methodologies that you mentioned within the blockchain, following up following will be done through trackability. So you just follow the money. You can mint it all the way to the burn where it's the end of the token, where you're retiring the carbon credit. So you can take blockchain as an ally to your certification. So today in the world we have in a place that has very few borders. You have auditors that can audit at any time. So this is why I'm saying that a third-party auditor that's just widely available and is very robust, that gives us the type of leverage that we need to be able to keep a close eye and complement with blockchain, with technology, with sustainability, and give it accreditation. And my fellows here, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. What we've been discussing is the certification and the accreditation of the certification, because otherwise we're going to be certifiers that tell me that my fern that I inherited from my grandma is crediting a million carbon credits. So we want transparency and we want accuracy with trackability, and the trackability is going to be the essence here. Good morning, everyone. I'm Luis Andrade with the Ministry of Environment. So the state of Amazonas has a great asset of public forests, which we've been following it through the media. As you begin to approach this area, you brought a great example of an element. You have these concessions that are much more valuable because of the forest asset. You brought the information here that in this case you're bringing ecosystems, and this makes this asset even more attractive. So my question is, this asset of environmental services, is it on the table of whoever's performing the concession, or is it on the table for the customers? Because I think there'd be a great difference. And I'd like to also make a suggestion. Maybe it's necessary to think also on the services that are ecosystemic, bringing new assets, because they do need to be valued in the ecosystem environment. But I understand that as a technician that you need to be, it needs to be available at the table so that we can leverage the negotiation. So are these assets that you have able to be negotiated as a public entity, or is it overall available only to the customer on having a more equitable market? Thank you. Well, how is a forest concession happening today in a sustainable way? Basically, we use it for wood. So if you have a concession for preservation, it's not allowable today given the legal framework that we have. But this is something that we have in discussion to hopefully have legislation change in the near future. That way you have a legal framework that you can build upon. But the idea is that when we structure this bidding, whoever is the highest bidder can use then that resource in order to have return in revenue and also maintain and keep the forest up, which is the end goal for everyone. So this is the vision that we're promoting. Our bank is doing a study right now, some research. We have a consulting firm, and the idea in 2023 is to provoke this discussion and create a report. So we can also suggest improvements. But I also agree with you. What could happen in the future when it comes to carbon sequester that we've been talking about more and more when it comes to biodiversity. I don't know if you saw the latest comic strip on the economy, where you have an island, and then somebody who wasn't very well aware, and then there's a wave coming, and then that wave coming hitting the island was written COVID-19, and right behind that, a bigger wave than the first one, that said weather. And the third wave, it was huge, massive. It's going to entirely take up the island. It said biodiversity. So this is what we're focused on. We also have things that we've talked about at COPI. We don't talk or discuss whether climate change is real or not. So please, let's just go ahead and move on. This discussion is going to be more and more in relating to biodiversity. It shouldn't be a department. It should be something that's applied to the entire organization. And I wanted to say that I totally agree with him. I think just like that. And you're mentioning that the companies, it's not a what if, it's like how do we go from here? And then when it comes to sustainability and profit, are they connected? Are they linked? So how is financial performance and sustainability? I'd like to give a more complex answer, but I'm gonna, for the sake of time, restrict myself. If you have an investor or an asset manager at an institutional level, one of his jobs is to get my money and your money and invest and give it back to us during a retirement when you need it. When you think of this time window, automatically it turns sustainability into something important, because that asset needs to be here in the next 40, 50, 100 years. So it needs to be linked. Sustainability needs to be linked to profitability, because they need to work together. And I think that the carbon market is a great example of how to show of how economy of scale is extremely important. I think that investing certifications that are more agile, financing that is enabled by technology are fundamental matters. And I am most of all very cautiously optimistic. I believe that Brazil could be the Silicon Valley version of sustainability. We could embrace an opportunity and create much wealth and many job opportunities in a society, and provide good quality of life for folks that live here. Well, and picking back to this matter of sustainability, I'd like to piggyback. Also, there's the matter of talent. There's the people. What kind of company is going to be able to draw talent and people if they don't respect sustainability? Because for the younger generations, the ones that are coming after us, for those of you who are listening us here and you're business minded, just remember that the younger folks, they very much live in this reality, that they understand that resources are scarce and limited, and that they are not going to be attracted to work with you if sustainability isn't a core principle of your business model. And just as a housekeeping thing, I think it's an amazing opportunity to be here. I hope you do invite me back for the second conference and whatever other meetings we may have. So please don't forget to invite us back. And I just wanted to say, like I said before, please do count with BNDES. We are here to help in whatever way we can and develop the country here with everyone. and as the year comes to a wrap, please just Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, everyone. Thank you very much, everyone. We're gonna have a break, a 10-minute break here. There's some coffee and refreshments over here, and we'll see you soon.
voluntary carbon markets in the Amazon region. We call for the moderation of the discussion, Mr. Acre Junior, Chair of CADA, please. Eduardo Taveira, Environment Secretary for the State of Amazonas. Mr. Bruno Laskovski, Director of Participation Capital Markets Restructuring of Companies and Indirect Digital Credit for BNDES. Mr. Bypass, Director for Gas, Energy and Carbon of the Cushing. Daniela Bax, Analyst of Civil Investor Protection and Guidance Superintendents. Hello, good morning again. We will start now. Panel number 2, voluntary markets of carbon in the Amazon region. This panel aims to listen to experts from different areas to discuss the carbon market in the Amazon region. The objective is to comprehend the new commercialization of the carbon credit, what's necessary for the effectivation of its commercialization, what are the bottlenecks, markets, opportunity. Will be done for the value of the region. And let's start today listening to the words of Mr. Eduardo Taveira, who is Master in Environment Science by the Federal University of Amazonas, graduation in Social Science by UFA, experts in Sustainable Development. Now he is the State Secretary for the Environment of Amazonas. From 2017, he was Executive Secretary of the State Science Technology. He worked as Chief of the Department of International Relations of CDI. Assistant in environmental policies of urban defense policy and experiences of sociology, public management and environment. Please, now your words. Thank you, Aker. First, I'd like to congratulate for the event. Since yesterday we've been discussing here, and what's more important is that from all this discussion that is happening, this provocation of the construction not just of a market, but how it's positioned in the state of Amazon in relation to those issues. This is the sense of this aspect that I want to start my talk. We present in COP now in Egypt a program called Carbon Plus Amazon. It has a contextualization, which I point out. I mentioned that at the opening yesterday, but I guess it's important for us to highlight some aspects of our state. First, it is the largest state of Brazil. It's over 1.5 million square kilometers. It's over 3 Germans. If you take other countries, 12 countries of Europe fit in here. And of course, we have major challenges from structuring of a social, economic, and environmental agenda. And then we start to overcome the geographic challenges. So just to begin, we have the territory challenge of territory management. Maybe few countries have that. For you to have an idea, if Amazonas were a country, it would be among the 15 largest countries in the world. So thinking about governance structure of countries, because of its size, we have an idea of the challenge we have to manage a state of this size. Besides the territory management, biological cultural diversity is huge. We're talking about a state that has the largest portion of continuous rainforest in the world. The second unit of the federation, subnational, that has a meaningful quantity of rainforest. It's not a state, it's a country. So after Amazonas, only one country has an extension forest compatible with the continuous tropical forest as Amazonas. Besides all that, and we are talking about increasing deforestation, the pressure over the land use. I'm going to contextualize that next. We have 97% of the natural coverage preserved. That includes forest, other ecosystems. Out of this total, 94 to 95%, that is the total from 1.5 million square kilometers, 90% of tropical forest. And then we wanted to charge nothing was not new about issues related to increasing deforestation. But we must understand this important factor that places at a state like ours, a quality of a few regions of the world in a substantial portion of standing forest. But if we do not advance in models that may diversify an economy based on the standing forest, the value of the forest will be by the land use. There is no other justification unless Brazil today goes through a process of this is like no industrialization. We know in the industry we have the best salaries, jobs, the major innovation opportunities in general, by a model based more and more in exploiting commodities. The Brazilian commercial balance is dependent on commodities. In a boom of market and the consumption of these commodities, we have two mechanisms to lever up this production. Either we increase the technology to increase productivity, or we use the cheapest mechanism we have, which is land use. Of course, when we talk about the region and the development of more like ours, generally speaking, the advance of this production in this scenario is by the land use. Of course, we have a huge challenge because part of this border for land use is focused on that region that shares both with Mato Grosso, Amazonas, Pará, Rondônia, and the availability of land is in Amazonas. Mato Grosso, Pará, Porto Velho, you do not have areas that is not for private or protected areas. In Amazonas, we have at least 20% of land. 1.5 million square kilometers. We have at least 20% of land that have no specific destination. So we have an availability, and land is asset. We are talking about a real estate market. The more availability of land you have, the better is the price. Demand and supply law. This is a scenario very few people talk about when we identify issues related to Amazonas. And why is the state of Amazonas advancing in this structuring of having a focus on a strategy not just of REDD+, as we said at the COP, the REDD+ strategies. Because it is a mechanism today we have in a more meaningful way, structured with criteria. So we may face a double dilemma Amazonas lives with. At the same time that we have 97% of the natural coverage preserved, on the other side we have a population that at least 50% either is in line of poverty or below it. And I'm not saying poverty is the cause of global warming, but for regions like ours, a consequence. Because the abyss of the emissions, the climate abyss we live in, was not generated by poor or developing countries, but by rich nations that based their wealth in the exploration of natural resources and post-industrial period in the emissions of greenhouse gases, especially with the use of oil, gas, charcoal. And today, and this was a strong message during the COP in Egypt, considering the factors related to the war in Ukraine and Russia, few developed countries are committed by reducing their emissions beyond the already committed commitments. And it's expensive to reduce emissions when the emissions are linked to generating wealth of a nation. Today, Brazil has its emissions out of the production of wealth. You emit CO2 and do not increase wealth. But in the developed nations, the GDP is measured by the use of energy. So, when you increase commitments to reduce, it will have a direct impact in generating wealth. And where is it cheaper to reduce emissions? By saving the forest. So, once more, we have the challenge and we have to overcome it, and that's why it's interesting to have discussions like this, because there will not be carbon for everybody to compensate the emissions that we have now and the ones to come. So if there is no competitive arrangements enough to price carbon in areas of major carbon concentration, we will have, there will be a huge mistake because it will be the buyers who will set the price of carbon. And how to compensate, as it is cheaper to compensate forest than reducing it with the use of technology, change of energy matrix. Carbon will be a new commodity. It will not solve the problems of regions like ours. So, what I usually say, and this was the discussion the government of the state of Amazonas took to the COP, if we do not have a mindset, and I will compare because I don't find anyone better than this, for us to transform ourselves in a sort of growing hostile, we will miss a major opportunity for economic change and logic from the point of view of green economy, and that will not change the logics of generating wealth that is still focused out of the Excel we are here. But this is close from happening, so that's why it's important to record the historical factor of an event like this happening in the state of Amazonas. Bring the discussion here in relation to the price of environmental assets to carbon markets, starting this discussion with local institutions or national ones, opening the discussion to international companies, other countries, but provided we may have the accurate knowledge in relation to the pricing, to the market we're looking forward to, on how we may negotiate the quantity of carbon that is set, but above all, if we have a commitment as Brazil, as nation, as region, talking about the Amazon as a whole, of also advancing to creating national standards. I guess this is a specific point we need to advance on. In our specific case, I'll give you just a context in relation to what we're saying. The Brazilian government has the commitment of reducing emissions that maybe has been the country which most reduced emissions up to 2016. But all this carbon that was generated, it was not negotiated. And for a simple issue, we stopped in relation to the voluntary market. While most of the countries advanced in a compensation market that was much more dynamic, and we may be making the same mistake with the new commitments. The Environment Ministry will update the FREL that updates this account. When we update the national FREL, if we do not advance the mechanisms to regulate it nationally for carbon, we will again be stuck as a market that will show to be weak shortly. The voluntary market today, it has a major supply, but people want high fidelity carbon, new commitments. And that's what's happening with Amazonas today. Amazonas today has 800 million tons of carbon, commitments from 2006 to 2015, that the market is not even interested in, and that it would be an important platform for countries and states like ours could invest to reach new commitments. But now it's interesting because the country placed lots of money, the states placed a lot of money for the reduction. And we are not advancing in the negotiations and the market for the price of this huge quantity we have of carbon available. What's the major problem about that? There are private projects interested in relation to this carbon, but if it does not impact the national accounting of the state, each individual project will not meet the expectations of new commitments. So it's not just a matter of selling carbon credit or selling forest carbon, but it's to get each sold ton for new commitments. So that's why the state of Amazonas is structuring by means of CADA mechanisms of negotiation of those processes linked to government targets and not just companies or specific projects. So I believe, Yarkan, that for the future, besides the asset called carbon, we're going to have a very important condition for negotiation pricing other environmental assets. This is the expectation the state of Amazonas is bringing. These are the commitments I thought I talked about in relation to the compensation of Amazonian forest carbon. If we do not change the logics of pricing, for example, the use of forest, if 1 hectare of standing forest is not worth more or less than cut one, we're not going to be able to find the transformation to change the flow of emissions. We're not talking about environmental issue. It's an economic issue. And it's unfair to find out those processes are just in the weight of poor states and regions like ours. We cannot be sustaining repositories of energy matrix that are dirty to generate wealth out of regions where the fixation spillway is here, because if not do it, we will be compensated generation of wealth based on the standing forest without socio-economic environment. If those three things are not together, no mechanisms of pricing of environmental sets will be standing. And then, why we do not avoid this mentality, which is a mentality full of bias, the bias, the colonialism bias for environmental assets, we will replicate models that did not work out well for the regional development so far. So that's urgent, that mechanisms that are created from the point of view of price and environmental assets, they must have a commitment in the logics of national and regional development. We cannot think just about creating this asset for the compensation of emissions, but so it may be a generating driver to transform the economy into an economy of low emissions, but that it may be from down to up. And that's the 2030 agenda. This is nothing different. This is the 2030 agenda. These are the objectives of sustainable development, and that it's worth highlighting. The first of them is reducing misery. If the environmental assets is scheduled to transform the reality of the people, carbon and environmental conservation will make a difference in regions like ours. This is the target, and this is the objective we have to pursue. If the environmental assets are not sufficient to solve problems that are social, environmental, and economic, that are urgent and like ours, it's not going to be the capital market that will solve our problem. So this is more than the message, the urgency we need to find this way. Thank you. I'd like to listen to the words of Secretary Eduardo, always very illustrative. He lives that, and we have you as a spotlight for Amazonas in the environment area. Now let's listen to the words of Bruno Lacausa, Director for Participations and the Stock Market Restructuring of Companies and Director Digital Credit for BNDES. Kauski, Director of BNDES, responsible for BNDES Bar, Indirect Credit and Digital Operations Restructuring of Companies. He is member of the Executive Committee of CEO of Estrela Commercial Properties, besides partner leader of the Financial Service of the Consulting Body. Senior Advisor BCG Boston Consulting Group. Bruno has an important work in the third sector. He was the chair of Unidos, counselor of Biodisco Institute, and members of the Consulting Committee of BROA. He graduated in Administration by Regional Affairs by Harvard Business School. Bruno, we're anxious for your words. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Esta Vera said the importance of being here in the Amazon, at this place, the way it is to discuss the future of Brazil, and we make this connection. All this discussion of the digital green future, as JB mentioned, is key when we think of the country. And I'd like to start by telling the story how BNDES made this transition into this green decision, but fundamentally looking at the competitiveness of the country, which is the role of a developing bank. What is the world? What is the scenario we see ahead of us? It is a world that requires energy, a new energy matrix. It requires food and forest. As a coincidence, this is Brazil. Food, energy, and forest, and biodiversity. This is Brazil. We have a unique opportunity in the history of the development of the country to break paradigms and parameters of non-competitiveness. And this is the moment, the specific moment, the moment of rupture, that moment of disruption, that we may have some protagonism in Brazil. And then I enjoyed what Taveira said. It is in line with that. We may discuss that. But there is lots of alignment on the importance of this energy transition to generate benefits for the people. The energy transition has an inflationary composition when you look at the economic issues. It has industries that in order to make this transition, and we can see here in the Ukraine war, it's very clear, you postpone the carbon process because inflation raised. We have a more restrictive monetary policy. It reduces the interest rate, and anyway, in English we say credit. Generates value because if the world does not decarbonize, It's not the specifics of that rules. We all will. If we do not get to 1.5 or net zero in 2050, it's all of us. So it's a very interesting model. The journey generates some winners and losers, but if the journey doesn't happen, the whole world loses. And then that's a composition of this voluntary market into the regular market. Let me tell you the story of how we are positioned today. BNDES is the major buyer, I don't know if the word, but I think it's the world of carbon credit, of everything we have seen in this transition. BNDES is 70 years today. The development banks in the world are created after the Second World War. The effort of countries and intervention of the economy. It, we are in a moment when the BNDES changes, the Socio-Economic Development Bank changes to National Sustainable Development Bank. It is a huge change in the last 3 years. We tried to review our allocation of risk. What is it? We have mechanism to assess risks in portfolio. For example, all that risk. Now the story of our change of portfolio. The BNDES, which have an idea, had an allocation 3-4 years ago of stocks listed. Petrobras, Vale, Marfrig, Suzano, a whole set, something close to 130 billion. It has 130 billion in a portfolio of state for a property of 50B. The risk of the BNDES is a risk of a pet fund, not of a developing bank. What did we do in this time? We sold almost 90 billion. Petrobras, Vale, Suzano, Klabin, Marfrig, several cases, in such a way that we set making our risk in portfolios to generate development, infrastructure, technology, innovation, impact funds, credit, FDIC, and environmental assets. It was a key piece of the BNDES strategy, and we have components and portfolios to do it. The option, but we have several portfolios where we work in this world of migration to low carbon economy and also using carbon with this currency. So the world has a climate shortage. Talking financially, the world is short in carbon. It emits 50 gigatons of equivalent CO2. Up to 2030, we should reduce it by half. It would emit 50 gigs CO2 a year. The commitment in 2050 is to take that down to zero. For all numbers we have 7 years to go to zero of 25 gigatons. The war made us to postpone it. The inflationary world does not stimulate investment in the carbonization line because it's more expensive. So we have a gigantic challenge. And then the carbon credit, we may discuss the offset. It is fundamental. And in Brazil, the major provider of this asset called carbon credit, there is a study César and I, we are doing a good study BNDES, Votorantim, Raiz, and Natura set up companies to study the voluntary carbon credit market. There is a projection that in 2030 the voluntary carbon credit market will be around 50 to 100 billion US. Brazil would have a natural share of 15% of that. So Brazil could participate in this market, providing carbon credit from 7.5 to 15 billion. To give you an idea, this is what we call tradable asset. It is a tradable asset with an international link because it is nominated in dollars. Brazil exports of animal protein is $6.5 billion. The carbon credit may be larger than that, than for example, animal protein. That's a gigantic opportunity for Brazil to be a leading actor and generate jobs. You generate between 700 to 1 million jobs by the green economy because you must have people, population, the projects, environmental service program, the professionals to assess for certification, everything related to the exchange in the commercialization of carbon.
The Watchers of the Earth, all the all the matters that account for accountability and management of hydrological resources, biological resources, um, extending this care to the population that's in the surrounding area. So how do we go about this? We have our portfolio here where we stimulate this demand. We have credits. So every credit from BNDES in some way, we expect also that by the end of 2023, we'll have an inventory of every operation of credit and investment within the bank. We have our equity section, and I can talk briefly about it later on. We are buying carbon credit without going into this discussion about voluntary or regulated market, because I know that something down the line is going to happen. But we were trying to get ahead and say, let's just go ahead and start buying now. I even heard a comment later on. We did a public call and to see how we can account for it, how we can control, how we can. So we had a call of 10 million in April this year, just to try and understand and try and figure out how our foundation here at BNDES would work. Okay, I know my time's coming short, so I'm just going to be succinct. So it's very interesting to see how we can go about this, but we made a strategic decision at the end of August to go with the purchase of 100 million. So again, April was 10 million for the pilot program. We created a team to work within BND SPAR because we know how to buy stocks, we know how to exchange stocks, but we don't know anything about carbon. So we had to learn, we had to understand how to do case analysis, do our diligence, and the bank doesn't do that for forest. Like I said, it's still a learning process. We have to have the humility to acknowledge that. So towards the end of August, we had a call of 100 million. And I remember clearly, it was the 3rd of October. We opened up the envelopes. And the Friday prior, I was really worried about the team for the number of propositions that we had. But we had over 500 million so over 100 million dollars in propositions. So again, April, 20 million, August, September, October, 100 million. Two things that we learned with this. We confirmed the induction element of BNDS. That player brings comfort. It's almost as if as an off-taker. We can buy in the cash market, the forward market, or in the AP market. So BNDS ended up being the off-taker, and again, we can talk more about this later on. And I agree with you because our European counterparts downplay too much. But what happens is we're a big off-taker, and we have leadership now that I hope this year to make a more expressive purchase. So we have equity. We've been making heavy investments in funds of decarbonization. So we have solid waste treatment, circular economy, renewable, biomass, biomethane, all sorts of projects. So we have all the grants, which is a great we have Floresta Viva grant, which is our match fund. We put money there from BNDS, from the private market and the institutional market, and we foster reforesting. We nowadays have 18 million hectares as a concession for units of preservation that we're leasing, which is something amazing because not only you're able to create a space for visitation, and you work with hospitality and feeding. Foz do Iguaçu is a great example. We have other options like biodiversity, water, and carbon credits. So there's a lot of potential there to be explored. And we started all this year. So in practice, we started our researches in 2021, but everything started here effectively this year. So over here we have our block of organization and governance, which is the internal aspect that we can rely on to create this green economy. And we have solutions here because we continue to invest in knowledge and hire consulting firms and get research done. We have currently the biggest program when it comes to green economy. We have not learned how to think of a green economy just yet. It's a great honor here in the Amazon because you here are the true actors that work on this. It's very easy for us to say these things from sitting in the office in Rio or Sao Paulo, but over here, the folks that are over here, they're honestly very intellectual. And it's very easy to just sit here and say, oh, you can't do it. It's not allowed. And this discussion needs to happen in a sincere way. Because if you don't do that, you're absolutely right. It's very easy to sit there and it's very easy to be over there at Saint-Germain and say, don't touch it, don't touch the Amazon. What about the folks that live here? This is a very urgent matter. And I didn't mean to overextend, but I've already done so. I just wanted to provoke the thought. Let's see here. No, I also can't do that. Okay, I'm just now done it. Okay, so I'm going to finish with this graphic right here because it's going to provide us with a great debate. You avoid, you reduce, you change the matrix, and then you observe. What is the real world? Otherwise, we don't make it to 2030. Let's offset the most we can. Let's not dwell, sit stand on ceremony. Just offset it. And over here in parallel, let's avoid, let's replace. And this isn't enough because it's not gonna be enough. Offset again. Here's a picture of Brazil, a great provider. So let me stop here. Thank you very much, Bruno. I like to take advantage of the opportunity here and use this as a hook because it is very thought provoking. I know Ben, you've danced very well, and I'd like to register here how much I appreciate their efforts. Just to give you an idea, President Montezano brought a team over here brought like a team to spend up to 15 days over here while doing some work. So this whole dynamic of getting to know the local needs and the particularities of the area, I think BNDES is very well equipped as a public-private institution to make it happen. I do think it's also a great matter because we need to create this dialogue with CADA, which I believe is the role of the state and the company to run these tests. We have nothing ready. I believe that the big message that we're discussing here is that nothing is set in stone. Nobody's effectively able to speak and say that the asset market is or isn't, or if you do this, it's going to yield billions. No, we're talking about future casting. All we can do is collaborate, and I just wanted to reinforce here that if Brazil, and just like we heard in the lecture before, if we don't take the reins of the discussion of these proposals, of this investment, of this seed capital for you to test and validate, we are going to miss out the opportunity. And I believe that that's the spirit here that we also have as well. I really appreciate the graphic here with the pyramid. For this is the real world, and we have the areas here where you have this availability. Now, how you make that a fair mechanism and efficient enough to transform is the question. Because the ideal world scenario is that once everyone has had their compensations, the carbon money is over. So if the logic isn't that we're dealing with a matrix that is finite and then it has to be reinvested to change the productive logic, we will be once again repeating mistakes, reinforcing poverty, which is something that's already... Oh, okay, now let's just start the debate, which is the fun part. What is our logic for pricing? As a management investment, as we're trying to elaborate and futurecast about the financial market, because we have a financial responsibility. I can't buy an asset and afterwards have end up with a loss. There's so much with Red Plus. But we've been having 3 or 4 years to establish a criteria of correct pricing. So that strategy is we're gonna go on that. Yeah, standing forest asset. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge. Now we're gonna talk to Mr. Brian Pease, that despite the name is Brazilian, will speak in Portuguese. He works at Petrochina. He joined the company in 2020 to develop new business methodology. Before, he worked at Rosneft Brazil and PG Brazil in the US and England with oil, gas, and business acquisitions. He went to University Católica of Rio de Janeiro. He has a master's in... Oh, thank you. Muito obrigado. Eu sei que o nome... I know that my name sounds American, but I'm not. I'd like to I'd like to say that this is quite dangerous. Been given a microphone and a set of slides, so there's no telling what kind of damage I'm gonna wreck here. But all jokes aside, I'd like to thank the folks that are here in person, the folks that are watching us via YouTube. I'd like to thank CVM, BNDES, and CADA for the opportunity to be here, speaking on behalf of something that's so important to Brazil and PetroChina. I'd like to bring the perspective of the foreign investor. So let's go. See, I got it to work. So my disclaimer here, so I can especially focused on the northern area here of Brazil in the Amazon region. Okay, looks like we're stuck. I need help here. There we go. So who's PetroChina International? We are one of the biggest companies in the world when it comes to energy supply. PetroChina International as a controller PetroChina company, which is part of CNPC group and lastly the Chinese government at the very top. To give you an idea, our business group has 1.4 million employees, so we are very large. PetroChina services supplies the Asia Pacific Europe area and the Americas. In talking about our business, our main areas of focus are commercialization of oil, gasoline, diesel, natural gas, petrochemicals, transport, and investments in infrastructure. For example, like a refinery, investments in new renewable energies, which brings us to our carbon goals. Our controller is China, so let's see what China has as a goal. They want to reach the peak of emissions before 2030, and they want to reach the peak emissions of carbon approximately 2025. And emissions at zero by 2050. So these are very close goals. So in speaking now of the voluntary carbon market, so I'm going to start with the very basic and we're going to get in more complex. Every time I'm talking about carbon credit, I'm talking about removing or reduction a ton of CO2 from the atmosphere. When I talk about carbon market, I'm talking about jurisdictional markets established by a regulating organ, or a voluntary market where negotiations are made on a voluntary basis. So we have here a picture showing a company in the voluntary market. Let's say you have 1 ton or CO2 throughout the producing time, and somebody wants to take it out of the atmosphere and filter it in a high quality manner. So if you bring your attention here to the left hand side, when I'm talking about carbon credit, there are other projects that create this right here. We have the Red Plus project. We have reduction of deforestation and degradation. In a very brief way, we're still removing carbon from the atmosphere. We have reforestation, which is putting forest cover in a place that previously did not have. We have other projects as well of the most various kinds. We have renewable energy, and then substituting fossil fuel-based energy. Also, we have capture and carbon storage. I mentioned here some of the generating products that we have also certifications. I'm not going to go very in depth into this, but we have credits of high quality, and these take time. They generate cost. It's a very robust process. And why is it a high quality? Because these are more attractive to the buyers. And like I was mentioning on the previous lectures, they also have a higher price because of their very nature and the quality of the product. And who defines that? Here's one of the bodies that creates the criteria or suggests the criteria for carbon credits. We have a body of integrity of carbon. In order not to be too lengthy, I'm just only going to mention four of them. So this project wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the revenue from the carbon credit. So this is obviously important, and we want to ensure that with the high quality that these marginal projects become also viable given the revenue. Second point here, double counting. We want to avoid and make sure that one carbon point is only accounted for once. Is so that this ton of CO2 does not return to the atmosphere, and its sustainability of this project, which was very well exposed and touched upon by Secretary Eduardo here. We want to make sure that all the communities that are impacted by these are permanent. We want to make sure that this credit is good and sustainable. So the high quality pillar is the main sustaining pillar right there. So over here we have a brief overlook of what's happening on the global market. We have 70 initiatives, which they're covering 23% of the emissions. And today we have 27 mechanisms that create certifications of carbon credits. And these are all the rapid response type. So let's take a look at the prices here. Of the jurisdictional prices of the emissions trading systems. We have been able to see an increase on the price. Please note the red curve in Europe. Now let's take a look at the voluntary market, which is what we're mostly focused on. There's a huge differentiation on the high quality credits, which is when I want to go back to what Secretary Eduardo mentioned. These projects are in high price when they're compared to other projects because of their greater quality. Projects of carbon removal have a higher price when compared to the ones that are only mitigating carbon emissions. So if you have removing and projects based in nature, they are directly connected and linked to the area here. And the last three major points that I like to bring up right here, the size of the market, of voluntary market, has reached 1.4 billion for the first time in 2022, which was a growth of 92% in the transactional volume. So this is a very expressive growth. So all of this right here is reflected on this graph. Let's talk about the future. I'm not a soothsayer. I don't have a crystal ball, but here's what we can try and guess as future quest. 15 times by 2030 and 100 times by 2050. If it's going to be bigger or smaller, again, we can't predict the future, but we can try and get a good forecast. I also spoke of the global market. Let's go briefly here in the Brazilian market. I like to compare it to a building under construction. The Brazilian market already has a solid structure, has a solid first floor, with the decree in May here that establishes a legal framework. And over here we have, as a suggestion of the possible second and third floor, the legislation of the Brazilian carbon market that's already being discussed, which is going to be a mechanism that has built in a mechanism to avoid double counting. And now I'm very pleased to talk about Brazil, Brazil's potential, which is exactly why I'm here. Let's contextualize. Brazil has potential to be a leading example in the voluntary market credit. Again, like, this is from the study. This is as good of a guess as one can get. But the idea is that Brazil could cover up to 48.7% of the global uh, share of the market. So if you think of the size of this market and thinking that Brazil can cover almost 50% of that, that's just an amazing business opportunity. And every single one of the states in Brazil can benefit from this right here, especially the northern part of Brazil. And lastly, I promise you that this is the last one. The opportunities in Brazil for the voluntary market. Again, in a very brief way, we can expand the carbon credit of high quality to supply the voluntary market demand. I believe that the recipe here, I'm sorry, I believe that the revenue here speaks for itself. But more important than that is just the benefits that are generated here. Job creation, the direct benefit to the local communities are going to be impacted by these projects because it'll be a permanent impact for these communities and for these areas, the protection and safekeeping of the environment and for these communities, and also how it's going to boost the continual development of this legal framework for Brazilian carbon market, giving priority to the high quality and the promotional potential of Brazil in the generation of these high quality credits with the evolution of this legal framework being continually developed. With that, I'd like to say thank you. And I'm here at your service if you like to debate or if you have questions. I have everything here for the sources here at the bottom. Thank you. Thank you, Brian, very much for your explanation. It was great. Let's now go over to Daniela Bacas. She is the analyst for CBME. She's a lawyer from USP. She specialized in environmental lawyering. She is a master in works for the Bank of National Development. She's been there since 2009, and she's worked many times with sustainable finances. She's been working with the folks from SOI for she's been working with the groups from GTFV. She's been working in transparency with AGSV and the Lab of Financial Innovation. Thank you everyone. I'd like to start by saying how much I appreciate being here and what a great privilege it is to share this lecture with such a great panel and lecturers. Being here in Manaus is such a great opportunity and privilege. I'd like to congratulate the organizers for putting this event together. I know it's a very difficult challenge, especially for those who are on a Brazilian time zone. I know that the time we're getting closer and closer to lunchtime here, but I'll try and be as brief as I can for your stomach's sake. There have been many great expositions from our friends and colleagues here. I would like to just wrap it up with some brief points. And I know that we already talked about how important it is to keep the voluntary market in mind, like Artado was saying here. I know that there may be some difference in thinking from us here, but we know the great effort that it was needed to be able to face the climate crisis that we have ahead of us. So we're going to need all hands on deck We're gonna need the market, the regulated market, the voluntary market, the public sector, all the names that were given. I know that we're talking about copy 15, credit and biodiversity. So I think that we cannot stop the discussion of all potential products, always obviously with integrity for the safekeeping of our populations here and for their specific needs. I believe that these efforts are going to be incredible in maintaining the development and creating opportunities for investments that are going to be necessary for these technologies. So I know that the voluntary market has become just one more of the players that we have here in Red Plus and all these incredible possibilities that we have ahead of us. So we have also data here from our colleagues that talked about the volume of the task force that being evaluated by these voluntary markets. It can come all the way up to $50 billion. I believe that it was shown in between 1 and 2.
There must be around two, I imagine. That's a huge potential to increase this market and the role each instrument and every possibility here we have to stop climate crisis are important. And the Amazon, because I don't even need to talk about it. I guess the Amazoners have much more property to say much more than me, but just like to think. But there is also a data, the potential of the task force of McKinsey, how it is being considered, the efforts, the importance of the forest carbon, the initiatives here of the Amazon biome. So it's just a data that's it's not just the issue of containing deforestation that I hope we may pass on this time, that it will not be an issue, the pressure for deforestation, but the opportunities in the restoration and then a high quality carbon, as it was mentioned. This is a data I saw in a study this year by Amazon, 7.2 million hectares with a possibility of assisted natural regeneration, a mechanism of regeneration of the forest that are degraded and potentialize the issues of integration with social partners of agrosystems integration, mechanism that protect generate income. So it's got huge potential indeed. When we talk about volumes of major resources and all this potential, it generates a natural complexity. So the complexity of dealing with huge numbers. If we get back to the first issues, if we are talking about market, we have challenges, the integrity of the market that the markets need. This is an important point we have here as challenge. I just would like to provide the importance of discussing these challenges that at the end of the day are opportunities for us to provide credibility to the integration of these markets. So, work group that was mentioned by BNDES and CBM is a financial innovation lab. And what is the lab? It is forming just today. CVM is one of them, one of the founders since 2017, together with the Inter-American Development Bank and with the Brazilian Association for the Development. In 2019, we had the Technical Cooperation, German Technical Cooperation Agency, GIZ, which is also part of this group. It is a group of 4 members, but which encompasses 350 participant institutions in a voluntary manner. So, for example, there are some friends here from BNDES that are part in the state of Amazonas. We see that being part of the several work groups on daily basis, but then also taking the João Pedro in the morning when he said some points are regulated market and others are belong to other actors. And then this is the opportunity to gather them all for your conversations. And the regulator is there, and the regulation of society. Where's the legal complexities? The ministry. This is where we cannot discuss where there is the typical regulators, and we have other players and important ones in this textualization. This is very relevant for the works since 2020 with the groups we created in the Green Finance Group, a group to discuss carbon market. And in the second of 2020, we spent quite some time making an initial part which is important for this market, which is the educational part. Besides the education of the several actors, CVM has technical cooperation with several actors, including the state of Amazonas, which are part of the process. We also in the lab we have played this educational role, and during the cycle of 2020 we had a cycle of 6 webinars with marking what is red, what is market, what is voluntary market, what is regular market, traditional red. So we made a track that we so call of knowledge to disseminate it, and it's not just as available and recorded, but we also consolidated a sort of chart with the major exposed elements with experts. This is part of an educational process of dissemination and placing the baseline of this knowledge. And this effort was continued. We also went on with a letter on this. We have some bases of those in the national market. We have some subgroups, and then one of them is the discussion on ecosystem and market specifically. And then over this group, like Cassiano also participated, helped to coordinate this group. We discussed the issue that was placed yesterday. What is the juridical nature, what can be done, what cannot be done in the market instrument. So we made the survey. What would be a bottleneck to potentializing the market instruments? The financial market in general, not just capital, what we're lacking. We mapped this, potentially thinking about new instruments that may be consolidated to incentive the market. So we made a whole set of things that we should consolidate early this year, next year, but we have worked a lot on those discussions. This is the land issue that not necessarily was mentioned here, but we thought and of that affects especially the region of the Amazon. The biome that has difficulties because of the history of territory occupation. There are many questions about the integration of record bases, environmental issues, how that interconnects and how that can be improved and potentialized somehow if we're talking about investor and we have some speed in the detection of the titularity of the land and generator of that credit. Technological issues such as the blockchain. We had an extensive discussion on that, the role of the technologies in this market. That's right, so we have been discussing those roles. If they are well used, they may be very valuable for the monitoring and credibility of the tracking. We had that discussion, and also a discussion on the role of the public sector on all that. Because there are several initiatives, government initiatives, state government, and how much they can participate in the market, even voluntary market for investments basis, create this basis for the dialogues. This is a work we are consolidating for early in the year to have a consolidated documentation of study that's going to be relevant because this is a clear discussion for the Brazilian market. We see many other initiatives, I guess, that may add and complement the others that are also happening. And looking at next year, our panel also aims at going on with those discussions. And then I guess there are many public consultations that are happening in this market of international initiatives. And the very McKinsey mentioned public consultation. So there are lots of things happening and the law projects that are advancing. So we have to think about integrating those discussions because eventually at a regular market regulation there are some possibilities of integration with the very voluntary markets that are running, but we have always to think about how this potential to decrease the gaps, the barriers, potentialize, always with integrity. And then I'd like to mention just one of those tech forces of public consultation that are happening. CVM is member of an international association of CFMs in the world called just those who came yesterday saw the representation here. It's very expensive to work with the association. And then also launched it to public consultations that have a deadline for February next year on voluntary carbon market and one on regular market. And then if we include all the difficulties that got input from our associates, the jurisdictions that are part of this, in order to consolidate it and put that into public consultation, say we have these pains, and if we have some comfort, we are not alone. Part of the world is discussing it, which is good for us to think about market, international investor. The market has to decrease the barriers and the disintegration and interoperability. This is a principle I always think about markets too. So transparency, the IOSCO just to be the consultation of the market basis, the voluntary basis, some of the points are very expensive. The issue of the Amazon, it raised the challenges and vulnerabilities of there are three different ones. First, environmental vulnerability. Another one would be on issues and difficulties of the very market players, participants of this market. And the third one, which is communication. I'm going to be talking very briefly about each of them for us to have the thinking and go on with the discussion so we may transfer this discussion into the Brazilian market. So the challenges, the environmental challenges involve issues that were mentioned here, such as additionality. Not always you have the baselines of the discussions on additionality. I guess it's very important for the forest issue specifically. It was identified by IOSCO. These difficulties, the challenge of permanence, and then we know dealing with forests in a very development mechanism. We had those discussions, so how we work on the issue of permanence, not leaking to other locations, how to avoid double plotting, how to monitor the records. So the basis of methodology that are diversified for the very calculation of emissions. So there is a major discussion about that. The levels of credit of high integrity, which is worth more, which is worth less if there's a standard or not. So there is this whole discussion, we raise it in this discussion, so we can see we are within this discussion and here specifically in the region in a very relevant manner. So the challenges on the market participants involves the financial integrity, how to have a strict, transparent, liquid market capable of avoiding fraud. With that, we're talking about market. We have to think about those mechanisms, the very role of technology. They raise interesting issues about the blockchains In other locations, they have this challenge of energy with crypto that we have too. Those are discussions that are there with the market participants on how to do that interoperability, how they connect in a single, unique, transparent manner. That's all involved there. And communication challenges, the increase of those commitments. We can see the private sector with its climate commitments, and the number of companies that have joined it is larger and larger. But in the voluntary market, how that may be disclosed and communicated in a way that there will not be any challenge of the capital market and other effects of greenwash. So when you monitor those projects of communicating that the offsets, that's a major challenge that we have there. Just to end, there are not just challenges, all that integrates opportunities we have mentioned here, but just to have in line, it's important to have those discussions, the discussions of advance of law projects with the regulated market and discussion on the certification that was mentioned here, national, how to integrate it. That's all into an international discussion. And then we cannot be out of that, I guess. This is the challenge in the lab, besides other several initiatives that we have in CVM. We're going to have the opportunity to listen to the work of that instruments, green assets, for us not to lose sight of this dimension that it is by communicating and by working with the several views for us to be able to have proposals that may be relevant for the growth of the market in a very current manner. So this is how I'd like to thank you again for the participation. It was a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you. With this was of Daniela, we finish our panel. I'd like to thank all of those who were here with their words and pass the floor to the mediator. Thank you. Any questions? Does anybody have any question? Please, the microphone will reach you in a while. Go to the community of the conservation unit. The charge is fair. If there is a demand for the compensation, reduction of emissions, generation of projects, they speed mitigated should be measured by the capability with which those assets generate a positive impact in the lives of those who provide the service. Because the ecosystemic service alone, it has no specific value from the market point of view. The one who generates the value for the environmental service are the community. So that's why the issues related to the safeguards, as you said, are extremely important and they cannot be dissociated from the process. And then maybe this is the challenge when we talk about market. Because in itself, the market has no effective role of lending the wealth. It will generate wealth. I'm sorry if at some moment I am mistaken, but the nature of the market is to generate commercial relation. The legal mechanisms of the state to lend those wealth to the communities must be measured from the technical point of view and also for the state government that the governor has. We cannot measure the success of environmental conservation if we do not improve the livelihood of those who protect the forest. This is the calculation. And then there is a data that is important. I talk about some care from the political point of view because when you go to the countryside, in the innermost of the Amazon, the small cities, nobody wants to talk about environmental conservation. Do you know why? Because saving the forest for most of the populations will not change their lives, will not improve their lives. There is no feeling of improving their livelihood as in the mining, the illegal logging. If this logic doesn't change, then it's going to be nice to talk about protect the forest, reduce emissions, and then we're going to have Pep and all the population he represents there, and who takes care of the forest. The state government has a environmental resources program. Ask if we could get the resources. It's 100% public for 12, 14,000 people who are in conservation units. But this is from the point of view of the market like this. Thank you for the question, Pepper. Thank you. Any other question? I am a new lawyer representing the Environmental Commission of the Bar Association. Eduardo made an official provocation, which is keeping with the division of stock, saying that we have market, we have enough carbon, but if that doesn't improve the lives of the people, it's not going to be worth much. Our friend Brian, peace, who is Brazilian, made a timeline on the generation of carbon at the right chart. How to create the carbon credit and how that is certified. When I got here, I talked to I found it was interesting. The state government created this company, CADA, because those who generate the carbon sometimes does not generate the carbon from the point of view of the product. Cannot sell it in the market because those are completely different speeds. We have generation, we have the commercialization, and maybe the provocation go to Acre. Maybe Acre, we miss an element that is probably the most important of all of them, connected to what Edward mentioned. Transforming that into benefit for the population. We will generate carbon, we will sell the carbon, and we will not be able to get this whole huge money that we saw exists and have that as an investment to improve the livelihood of the people. And I guess that's a major challenge the government has. Otherwise, we're going to be another free trade zone. We're going to say we have investment. We have a huge challenge, which is to work in Manaus free trade zone. But what is the benefit it is generating? It is generating money. We are using that money, but that is not long lasting. And it's not long lasting. It will get stuck and won't be able to see lifetime. So I guess the effectiveness of those projects, maybe we need to be structured, not non-bureaucratic, no government, for us to transform this money into effective things for the traditional population. Thank you. I guess your statement was great. I'll mention some elements. This is market formation, and this market will migrate, it will change. So a central point in the classification of carbon project is PSA, the core benefits, the traditional ones, payment for environmental services, water resources, biodiversity, everything that comes to carbon credit, that comes to the price. The larger the externality of the benefit, the carbon credit is also considered in its price format. But what's going to happen? Think of a scenario that solves the issue of deforestation. It should meet the price of REDD+, the avoided deforestation. It should decrease because if I finish the possibility of deforestation, that credit will decrease. So the question is, will this market be over? No, because the issue of biodiversity will migrate. I will pay for biodiversity. I will pay for improving the water resources. This market will probably start migrating. And the other thing, we talk about carbon credit, but we have carbon credit as commercial tradable asset, and we have it that is included in the product, which is very important and maybe even more important in the Amazonian cocoa, the acai, everything we produce here should have a larger amount. And then an issue of formatting brand, that is even a discussion on have here the brand building. There's a brand here which is what the world needs. So the embedded product here made in this region, it should be born because it is clean energy from the very beginning, in line with the improvement standards. So it's easier to talk than carry out, of course, but there is a potential, this local product, this Brazil product in this region to be worth more. And just to complement, Brazil is recognized as the major provider of food safety in the planet. Food safety is associated to the Brazilian agri-production, an industry that led indicators of development up. But the price decision of the commodity is in Chicago or China. We are the producer that generate food safety, but the decision for the price is out of Brazil. This is a great discussion here. We're going to be the major supplier of green solution, probably based on nature for the planet. So we have a role of energy safety for the planet. We cannot let the price decision to migrate. So the issue of blockchain, taxonomy and governance is here. This is another discussion. Our stocks must be here. We must have an effort, everybody. We, government, private sector, institutions, security funds, all together to make it feasible for the price formatting to be here too. And just to complement, your point was important because this is the role the government has to play. If this resource comes and it gets into the process of bureaucracy, it will not change the lives of the communities. And that's simple. For the stewardship of Pirarucu in Wakari RDS, for that to be competitive in the international market, you have to provide a technology for them in there, which is a technology that is available from the very beginning of the 20th century for most of the countries. So we are talking about social bioproductive bottlenecks that must be in this account of restructuring a cycle. That is, if I don't do it, I do not generate this expectation of credibility, nor the necessary safeguards for you to have an effective market to pay the externalities. The externalities are not accounted for because now they are in a process in which they are not in the hand of those who detain the knowledge, the forest knowledge, the management, not those who have the money for investment of infrastructure is in the hand of someone called middleman who only got the money to have boat and ice. And he makes a lot of money and he has less knowledge and less investment. So, in reais, 600 million to correct issues related to infrastructure. So these are resources that, as Van Newton said, if the logics of RED investment does not meet those needs, it's not going to change the demand. And then if it's for the safeguard, it goes to a fund, and the fund has 10 councils to set how it's going to work. I think this is the urgency we need to have for the account for RED to change the lives of people. If I could briefly, I guess both questions mess up with everybody. Let's comment on that because that's core and important. Both questions are linked. I will try to bring it from theoretical to very practice. Theoretical is we want to get greenhouse gases from the atmosphere to protect our world permanently. There is no point in doing that for 1 year because if it returns in 1 year, it will heat up the same way. So we're talking about high quality issues, we're talking about permanence. Permanence is forever. Permanence for 100 years. For the maximum of time, we may remove those gases to protect mankind as a whole. Also talking about Brazilians. But how do you do that? How do you reach it and leave from theoretical to practice? How to guarantee 100 of a forest standing? Local communities benefiting for 100 years. You have to create, and this is the intelligent mechanism. I don't have the competence to say how to do it, but there are capable people in our government. How do you generate it? How do you create this structure in such a way that the forest may be standing and the communities may be benefited in a permanent way? That's the only way for the credit to be permanent and our atmosphere will be good for our kids to enjoy the countries we had. I'd like to thank all of you. I'm going to have to finish the question because there are people from the panel who have to go to the airport. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you may have enjoyed it. We have 1 hour lunch and actually returning with the activities. Thank you. Esse painel foi